Good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Chair, you're live on air.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome to the Napa County Board of Supervisors regular meeting, December 17th, 2024. May I have the roll call, please?
Vice Chair Cottrell,
Here.
Supervisor Ramos,
Here.
Supervisor Pedrosa,
Here.
Supervisor Gregory,
Here.
Chair Gallagher.
Here. And please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and stand if you are able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we are going to move on. I'm going to announce both the Pet of the Week and the proclamations and commendations, which we will approve. So as the pet makes his, her, or their way out. We're going to also do the approval of proclamations. We will have proclamations to outgoing supervisors Ryan Gregory, District 2, and Alfredo Pedrosa, District 4, after a combined 17 years of distinguished service to the residents of Napa County. So do I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Ramos, seconded by Cottrell. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, great. So we're going to go down and meet our pet. Good morning, Katie.
Good morning.
First, I have to say Katie is looking very sparkly today. She's ready for the holidays. Great. And who do we have today?
Thank you so much. Good morning. This is Lilo. This girl is a dream dog. She's calm. She's quiet. She's very social. She's just amazing. She's around 6 years old. She did come to us from American Canyon City Limits. She has just been so great at the shelter. She is, like I said, calm and quiet in her kennel. She's met some other dogs she's done great with. She's a dream girl. She's just looking for a couch to lay on. She really doesn't take much exercise. She does like to go for walks, but she's definitely not a hiking dog by any means. Just calm and quiet, wants to be next to her favorite person. So hopefully for Christmas, we can get her adopted out. Really quickly, since it is the last board meeting of 2024, I just wanted to highlight some of our successes that we've had over this past year. This year has been a little bit challenging on the animal shelter. We've had a couple of different cases where we had a bulk of dogs coming in. The first one was earlier this year in American Canyon. We had 45 Chihuahuas that we did a hoarding case on. We were able to get them to rescue, and then just recently, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about the Chihuahuas that came in from near Calistoga. It was the county unincorporated area of Calistoga. It definitely put us in a hard spot because we were already full on dogs. So we have been waiving fees for dogs, trying to get them out. We're still pretty full on capacity, but our adoptions have been still moving just slowly but surely. Last year, we had 989 adoptions. This year, we're over 1,000, and that was our goal. So as of right now, we're still a little bit over the middle of December. We are at 1,058 adoptions, so we're doing well. We have our shelter veterinarian that comes in and does cat neuters, as well as treating all of the animals that are within the shelter that need to be treated for ear infections. If they're limping, skin issues. She has treated 726 animals this year so far. So we're so grateful. Just a reminder that animal welfare really there isn't one sole organization that is the answer for everything. It really does take a village. We're very lucky to have Napa Humane, who does our spaying and neutering, as well as providing Dr. Vance with our vet on-site services. We have amazing organizations like We Care, Wine Country Animal Lovers, Ripple Effect, that will come in and help out with the animals, pulling them, and obviously helping however they can as far as shelter diversion, even helping step in before they even come to the shelter. So I just want to remind everybody it is a community issue, and pet ownership is the most important thing. Responsible pet ownership, spaying and neutering. So anything that you can do can help. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. And if you have cold feet, she's perfect because she likes to sit on your feet. Yeah. So, so if you want to move. But yes, please come by to our shelter. We'll waive the fees. And happy holidays to you, Katie, and everybody at the shelter. Thank you so much.
So much.
Oh, I don't need to hand that to you. Okay, thank you.
You gotta say bye to everybody on the way out. I know she is.
What? This?
Your proclamation. Okay, you want to come out? All right. Supervisor Gregory, please come stand with me. And I want to say first, we're going to miss your engineering on the board. Whenever we're talking about public works and bridges and whatnot, sometimes I'm like, I'm not sure. But you always come up with the way of sort of talking about what we're doing in layman's terms and actually helping us to understand exactly what it is we're looking at. So I appreciate that and going to miss it. And hopefully, when we're getting it wrong, you'll come to the podium and tell us. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to read the proclamation. Whereas Ryan Gregory has served Napa County with dedication and integrity as a member of the Napa County Board of Supervisors, representing District 2 with unwavering commitment. His transparent decision-making and purposeful leadership have consistently prioritized solutions that best serve the future of Napa County. And whereas elected to the Board of Supervisors in 2016, Ryan Gregory achieved a historic milestone as one of the few supervisors in county history to defeat an incumbent in an election. His collaborative approach to governance has fostered consensus, strengthened partnerships among residents, businesses, and government entities, and produced outcomes that serve the greater good. And whereas a graduate of Vintage High School, Ryan earned his bachelor's degree in civil engineering at California Polytechnic State University at San Luis Obispo and is a registered professional engineer. During his 20-year professional engineering career, Ryan became a leader in the field, specializing in planning, design, and construction of residential projects for both nonprofit and for-profit builders. His work included contributions to the Vine Trail and numerous infrastructure projects for local municipalities. And whereas Supervisor Gregory brought to his role a deep understanding of the region's unique needs, leveraging his expertise as a civil engineer to inform infrastructure improvements, enhance public safety, and support the sustainable growth of Napa County. And whereas throughout his tenure, Ryan has championed critical issues including wildfire prevention, housing access and affordability, post-fire recovery, mental health services, wow, we're getting the background music here, transportation advancements, and the protection of Napa County's agricultural and environmental resources. His steadfast commitment to balancing economic vitality with community values has reinforced the county's reputation as a model of sustainable development, improving quality of life, and preserving Napa's natural beauty for generations to come. And whereas Ryan's extensive community and philanthropic contributions include service with the Napa Chamber of Commerce, Community Action of Napa Valley, Leadership Napa Valley, the Napa Engineer Society, Kiwanis Club of Napa, Boys and Girls Clubs, Vine Trail Engineering Committee, Joint City Housing Affordable Housing Task Force, the Airport Industrial Area Blue Ribbon Committee, the City of Napa Housing Element Update Committee, Napa County Transportation and Planning Agency's Highway 29 Citizens Advisory Committee, and the Downtown Napa Specific Plan Steering Committee. He also served as an appointed member of City of Napa's Civil Service Commission. And whereas above and beyond his professional and community contributions, Ryan exemplifies the spirit of true public service, pursuing public office as a means of giving back to the community he calls home. As his tenure concludes, we recognize the end of a remarkable chapter in the history of District 2 and Napa County. His legacy of leadership will inspire future generations of public servants to come. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on the 17th day of December 2024, does hereby recognize, honor, and commend Ryan Gregory for his outstanding service, contributions, and unwavering dedication to Napa County. Ever the avid cyclist and staunch advocate for preservation and recreational opportunities for residents of all ages, we extend our best wishes and support to him as he embarks on his next chapter as District 2 Director on the Napa County Regional Park and Open Space District, and a return to full-time work as a civil engineer.
Thank you for reading that. That was a lot. I wanted to start by thanking the family that's here. Representing the family is my dad, Steve, sister, Stacy, sister-in-law, Katrina, and my significant other, Alicia. Thank you for being here. I want to thank our constituents who show up on Tuesdays and spend a lot of time here with us, giving us constructive criticism and your thoughts on how we're doing, and sometimes really great ideas on what we should be thinking about. So to all of you here and watching, thank you. Thank you over the 8 years of doing that for us. To our staff, we're nothing without this organization. To our 1,600 employees, is that still the right number? 1,600 sounds about right. Our dedicated department heads and the leadership in our CEO's office. We've got the best talent anywhere in County World, and they work here for us in Napa. A special shout out, just Becky Craig, call her out for a minute. Back in 2022, we were in between CEOs for a couple of months, 3 months. We asked Becky to stand up and take on the whole organization for about 3 or 4 months, and she really did a great job in a time where we needed you. So thank you, Becky. Then came Mr. Alsop, our new CEO, about 16 months new, who is doing a great job running the show. You know, the CEO's office is the nucleus that keeps all the departments working together and this organization healthy. So Ryan, I leave knowing you're here, and I take a great comfort in that. We've been through a lot. We've done the policy stuff, we've done the politics stuff, but a lot of other stuff's happened to us. We started with some, over the years we had significant winter events that caused incredible storm damage, and so far we've got some this year again. It was January 8th, 2017, we were being sworn in. That was the first day the bypass got closed, and remember it rained really hard that day. By the way, we went to Compadres after. Remember they were on Lincoln before, right by the river, and we were sitting there, and the level of the water was right there. You could see everything, and you could see all these crazy things floating by. Couches, wine barrels, refrigerators. There might have been margaritas involved, and there might have been a drinking game as to the next weird thing to float by. I don't remember. We had 3 major wildfires, and you all know what happened to us then. And who would have expected that? But really, who would have expected a once-in-a-century pandemic? None of us had that in our minds. But this county got through all that and somehow came out stronger and more prepared. And I just leave knowing this organization is built to take on anything for you all, for the community. So it's been a pleasure to be your supervisor, and thanks for putting your trust in me.
Thank you. So we're going to do our photos at the end, and now I'm going to invite Vice Chair Cottrell to read the proclamation to Supervisor Pedroza, who I will invite down to the podium.
Good morning, everyone. And I am honored to be able to read this. And one of the things, Alfredo, that I have learned to know about you is you like it when we can kind of move things along at fast track. So I've omitted some of the words here in his proclamation. I'm leaving out all the whereases. Okay, great. Alfredo Pedroza has served Napa County with distinction and dedication as a member of the Napa County Board of Supervisors for 10 years. We won't talk about the dog years. Representing the people of District 4 with an unwavering commitment to community well-being, equity, and sustainable growth. Initially appointed to fill the 4th district vacancy by then-Governor Jerry Brown in 2014, the first occurrence of this state process in more than 5 decades, Alfredo Pedroza's tenure on the board has been marked by exemplary leadership and vision, navigating complex challenges. We just heard a lot of those from Supervisor Gregory. bridging gaps, fostering collaboration, advocating for innovative solutions, and prioritizing the needs of residents during his service. Alfredo was both the youngest to serve and the first Latino leader in history to serve on both the Napa City Council and the Napa County Board of Supervisors. A proud graduate of Vintage High School and Sonoma State University, he is the first in his family to graduate from college. Supervisor Pedroza has been instrumental in championing initiatives that have significantly enhanced the quality of life in Napa County, including efforts to expand affordable housing, increase farm worker housing, enhance fire prevention and disaster preparedness, protect Napa County's agricultural heritage, and advance transportation infrastructure improvements to support both urban and rural communities. As the second ever two-time appointed chair of the 9-county Bay Area Metropolitan Transportation Commission, Alfredo led the commission during a global pandemic and worked successfully to secure $8 million to study potential up-valley roundabouts on Highway 29 to improve traffic and safety. He also spearheaded Napa Valley Forward, a public-private partnership, securing $1 million from MTC and collaborating with Visit Napa Valley and Napa Valley Vintners for additional funding that look to change commuter behavior through technology platforms for hospitality and wine industry employees. Additionally, he was instrumental in securing $5 million from the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority to pilot an affordable housing stabilization program for Napa County residents. And he played a pivotal role in Regional Transportation Measure RM3, which provided $20 million to deliver capital projects in Napa County. I mean, that's amazing. Alfredo's philanthropic contributions included serving on the nonprofit boards of Community Action of Napa Valley, Boys and Girls Club, Napa Valley Napa Valley Education Foundation, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Ole Health, and Napa County Hispanic Network. During the pandemic, he privately fundraised to support families in need, partnering with Puertas Abiertas to launch the Veggie Bucks program, which provided food vouchers for fresh produce from the local farmers market. Alfredo Pedroza's collaborative spirit, integrity, and tireless advocacy have earned him the respect and admiration of colleagues, constituents, and community leaders across Napa County, the entire Bay region, and beyond. His dedication to diversity and inclusion has ensured that all voices are heard, leaving a legacy that will inspire future generations of leaders to continue building a vibrant, inclusive, and prosperous Napa County. Now, therefore, I had to keep these words in. Now, therefore, being it proclaimed, this Board of Supervisors, County of Napa, State of California, on this 17th day of December 2024, does hereby recognize, honor, and commend Alfredo Pedroza for his outstanding service, contributions, visionary leadership, and unwavering dedication to Napa County. We extend our best wishes to him and his family as he embarks on the next chapter of his journey.
We're already behind schedule, so I'm going to try to get us back on schedule. I got the memo. Supervisor Gregory didn't. You have to be under 3 minutes. Look, thank you for all the whereases. My family's here. I look around. There's so many memories that I have with so many of you, so I'm just going to keep it simple. I love Napa, and I hope that we can continue to make this place special. Thank you very much.
Let's get a photo with both of the supervisors down in front.
Efficiency.
So I'd like to invite my colleagues and also anyone in the public who would like to make any comment on the proclamation.
Chair, I'm imagining you want us both together. I really do appreciate Supervisor Gregory reminding us of what our start was, because it really was impactful as we sat here, and on the day that we took our oath on January 8th, 2017, we closed the floodgates. And if that doesn't tell you a little bit about what we were up against as supervisors during our 8 years together, well, I don't know what does. I want to thank Supervisor Gregory for your leadership in things that meant so much to you. One of the things, and I'm so delighted to know that you're moving on to the Open Space District and you're going to be working more through parks. But your commitment to making sure that we did not lose sight of the importance of purchasing Skyline Park, which will be appearing on our agenda later today, that to me is a true legacy. How many times we heard you talk about your pump track, which I still don't know what that is, and your rebobs, whether it was the bicycles or the folklore out on Partridge Road. But you brought your passion for cycling and really showed us the importance to the community of making sure that we made those investments. So I really want to thank you for that. On a lighthearted note, I want to thank you for our very memorable bike rides and scooter rides, where I believe more than once we may have almost come back with no staff. I'll never forget the time you made us ride through the rain on those Capitol bikes with Molly Radigan in DC, and I told you we're pretty sure if we didn't stop riding in the rain, we might have to explain to our CEO why our deputy quit on us in DC. I appreciate you always being a good sport for Supervisor Pedroza, always making it your birthday at whatever conference we were at. And most of all, I really want to thank you for the twinkle in your eye that you get when we talk about bridges and culverts and paving, Redwood Road and Dry Creek Road and whatever other millions of dollars we gave you for roads in District 2 that you always told us were the most important roads to pave. I wish you the very, very best in the future, and thank you for being a great colleague. Supervisor Pedroza, I think a lot of the things that we do as supervisors, they actually don't happen here at the dais. And I want to focus on a few of those things that actually weren't mentioned. One of the things that you spearheaded for this county, for those of you that don't know, we are the only county that has farm worker centers that were absolutely self-sufficient. And we were running on a shoestring budget. And Supervisor Pedroza, during your time as chair, you made it a priority to go to Sacramento and to advocate for us to receive funds from the state to supplement our reserves. And really, that was a game changer, because one of the things it did is it showcased how well we run our CSA Forum Farm Worker Centers here. But it also showed that the importance of what we do and how we make sure we invest in our farm workers and in agriculture. So I really want to thank you for that. You and I had an opportunity to work through something not mentioned in there that was truly historic for this county, and that was our renewal of our CAL FIRE services contract. $38 million, a relationship we've had since Chief 1932, I believe. And you and I got to sit there, and even though I had to tell you many times, no, we cannot add a bulldozer, or no, you cannot have another helicopter, you really made sure. I thought you were adding toys sometimes, but really it was your dedication and making sure that we had all the apparatus available to us, so that our community felt heard and safe. And you have always made sure you focus on that. And so in keeping to that, as we go through the next fire services contract renewal, I'll keep in mind your desire for more bulldozers, helicopters, and whatever types that you like, and making sure that we keep an eye on the bottom dollar. I have had the opportunity to work with you. Never in the history of our county have we had both the leadership of ABAG and MTC. And we've done some incredible things at the regional level of almost getting to the finish line on an incredible housing bond measure. But really the most significant is the work that we've done in governance and consolidation. And that to me, you know, being able to work with you on that and to bring us to a greater consensus in the 9 Bay Area counties and 101 cities, that's a real credit to your service time. So thank you for that. And thank you for all the times that you made Supervisor Gregory have a birthday. I believe he's now 72. And I appreciate the lightheartedness that you both have brought. And it's quite a moment. I get to now sit here without you two, and I wish you the very, very best. And please don't come too often to the podium. Thank you.
Well, so much good things have already been said about you both. I think one of the first things I want to start with is something that applies to both of you. I feel as a board have been so productive in the past 2 years, and so much of that is due to groundwork that previous boards and you two specifically have done beforehand, whether it's, you know, hiring our new CEO, making the Skyline purchase, making the Calistoga Fairgrounds purchase. All of that required a lot of the work that you had both done beforehand. I'd also like to know, I know you both want us to just be done with this section of the meeting, so I appreciate that. So I'll try to keep going. Supervisor Pedroza, one of the things that I have learned from you is I love that when we have an item come before us and you hear the presentation and you know you're able to reflect on the positives, and you're great about saying, okay, what are the outcomes? You're very outcome focused, which helps us track, you know, are we being effective? What are the metrics that tell us that we've had success or not? So that's a big lesson I will take away. And I'm glad for the teamwork that we've been able to bring to certain projects, all the work with fire prevention that you started and we were able to keep building on. And then just most recently, the success of Measure U. So really grateful for those times, and I'm thankful for your problem solving abilities, and I wish you the best in your next ventures. And Supervisor Gregory, also thankful for the teamwork that we've been able to embark on together. I think the work we did as a negotiating team for the fairgrounds purchase really helped us, along with our CEO, move things forward there. Again, that wouldn't have happened without prior board work. All the time we spent at NACO meetings and advocating for the county in Washington has been really valuable, and it's been great to see you in that space as well. And finally, as my colleague mentioned, your focus and love of trails and open space is a huge benefit for the county. So looking forward to everything you do there. And also, finally, you've been so involved in CSAC over the years, and you couldn't make the last CSAC meeting, so I brought a CSAC binder for you. But it has some notes from your colleagues.
Okay, well, you can't top that, and I know you don't want to hear more from me, so I will say I've appreciated, Ryan, your wry sense of humor, sitting here next to me and making so many sly little jokes on the side, but keeping it light and fun in addition to doing the work. And Ryan doesn't say a lot up at the dais, but when he talks, he has something important to say, and he asks really good questions. So I think that's a great model for how to be in a meeting and how to do the work in the public eye. And I also wanted to thank Alfredo. Alfredo, you know, we talked a lot even before I was on the board about affordable housing and childcare, and you always had a passion for both of those. And I want to thank you and the board before us for all of the ARPA dollars that went into both of those, especially in terms of sustaining and growing childcare slots in our community. And so I thank you so much for having a passion for that, for things that really matter in the community. So thank you to both of you, and best of luck in the future. Is there anyone that wants to come forward and make any comments?
Good morning, Chair and Board. John Dunbar, Napa. I want to address how important both Supervisor Gregory and Pedroza were to me when I was mayor in Yountville, and the support you gave us through the many crises that have been recognized in your proclamations. So much happens outside the spotlight. I could always count on you both to help us through the wildfires and especially the pandemic, when we were struggling up Valley with testing, with vaccinations, late night calls about what was happening to our business community and the need that we had to have the county support. And I could count on both of you to be available to provide that support. So thank you. I'm glad that the proclamations and some of the comments from your colleagues at the dais recognize what you've done outside of this room. It's significant. Millions of dollars that we would not have received otherwise. Significant capital projects that we would not be enjoying today. It's because you were dedicated to serve the community and not just here in this room on Tuesdays. It's going to be missed, the dedication you have given to the community. I count on your colleagues and the supervisors-elect to follow in your footsteps in that regard, that putting community first and being willing to serve even when people aren't seeing it and when you're not getting the credit for it. That's when the really hard work happens. So I want to thank you both for the many years of being my colleague and also my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Is there anyone else in the room?
Good morning. Robin Baggett, Alpha Mega Winery, and I also a board member of Napa Valley Vintners, representing 500 wineries here in Napa, and board member of the Wine Institute, representing over 1,000 wineries in California. And it's simple. We just want to say thank you to you two for your unwavering support of the wine industry. It is really appreciated. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. All right. Anyone else in the room? Do we have anybody on the phone? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We're going to move on. We are now at our consent calendar for special districts. That is 5A and B. Do we have any public comment on 5A or B? Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Second.
Okay, moved by Pedroza, seconded by Gregory. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Alrighty, now we will move to our consent calendar, and that is our item 6A through AB. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda? Anything on the phone? All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Can I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Pedroza, seconded by Gregory. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I think we're gonna let them make all the motions, right? Is that what we're doing? Okay, that's cool. That's cool. All right. Okay, we are now to general public comment, and this is a time for anyone in the public who wants to make any comments to the board regarding issues that are within the jurisdiction of the board, but not on the agenda today.
Good morning, y'all. I'm Bill Chadwick. I live at 2130 Pine Street, actually with you, Joel.
Just in case people didn't know.
I want to recognize your service as the chair this year, and also as a volunteer for the Immigration Institute of the Bay Area. I want to recognize the board for your support and assistance for vulnerable populations here in Napa County. So thank you for your service, Joe.
You're in trouble. Thank you. That's very, very sweet. He gets lots of points doing that in public. All right. Do we have any other public comment, Liz?
Hi, thanks. Liz Russell, Napa. I just want to thank the supervisors in Napa County for sharing our vigil that we're holding tomorrow evening at Congregation Beth Shalom. I also want to thank CBS for hosting us. This is a community vigil for all victims of gun violence. This is an extension of the national vigil, which took place last year and became, unfortunately, an annual event that we hold in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting, which took place 12 years ago this past weekend. We just saw another school shooting yesterday, which is very tragic. And our own community has experienced gun violence because it does not discriminate the communities it visits, though it does visit some communities significantly more than others. We have lost some community members this year, more than we typically do. As a member of the Suicide Prevention Council, we know and we share publicly that the majority of suicides in Napa County are suicide by firearm. And we try to do a lot of work to help educate people about safe storage and other things, making sure that when someone has access to a weapon in a time of crisis, making sure that people understand what that can mean. And so we're going to be having this community vigil tomorrow. I'll just share the details. And again, thank you guys for putting that on your Facebook page. So it's going to be at Congregation Beth Shalom. Doors open at 6:15. The program will run approximately 6:30 to 7:30. And I want to thank Supervisor Ramos who will be joining us as a speaker, as well as Tracy Lamb, Executive Director of News, and we will have some other speakers as well. So the community is invited to join us. You do need to RSVP because that is required by CBS, and the RSVP information can be found on the Napa County Facebook page. So please look for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
You just never know what you're going to follow up here. I'm Yvonne Baginski, and I am a resident of Napa County. I'm here today because as I've been talking to all of you for the last few months about habitat conservation, I attended the 10th annual conservation meeting in Palm Springs last week and spent a week totally immersed with wildlife biologists and other habitat conservation people. And like my younger days, I did attend every session, and I listened to everything that was said and took copious notes. I am requesting that this item go on the agenda for January. The reason why I'm asking for a January assignment is because we are dealing with a funding opportunity with the feds that will be closed on February 15th. And it would be an opportunity for a discussion on whether or not we will want to apply for these grant funds. I did learn that everybody who applied for the grant funding last year was awarded, and the average award was $775,000. I am asking that it be on earlier rather than later, so that if we decided to move forward on a pre-planning strategy, that is, this grant would go primarily to decide whether or not an HCP is worthwhile in Napa County, because we have not determined that, and that this would be the pre-planning strategy of the plan. And so I'm asking that that get put on the January agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvonne. Is there any other general public comment on the phone? All right, great. Thank you. All right, we are now to item 8, Board of Supervisors reports and announce. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's all good.
No, right back.
All right, thank
Go
you.
right ahead.
Good morning, committee, Napa City council members if they're here, other elected officials, fellow citizens. My name is Rafael Banuelos. I'm a longtime Napa County resident, and I stand before you today as a grandchild of immigrants and other vulnerable populations in the Napa County area. One of the growing fears in this community.
Excuse me for just 1 second. We are going to have that statement on the agenda on 11A. Is that what you came here to comment on?
No. Or possibly if this is in relation to anything regarding immigration authority
Yes.
control. Okay.
That's 11A, and that will be coming up very soon.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for waiting. Okay. Can we go back to any of my colleagues? Do you have reports or announcements or anything you want to say? Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much. Hopefully everyone has seen the outstanding news that American Canyon High School won its first ever state football title championship, first in the county. with an impressive 68-47 victory that took place in Long Beach, and they played Palmdale High School. We were trying to have a proclamation and recognition, and we are going to wait because school administrators have told us that it's finals week and students have to pay attention to their finals. So we will return that item to the board, but I just wanted to share with everyone the great news, and for a little town in southern Napa County, it is a really big deal, and they will be recognized tonight at the city council meeting.
Great, thank you, and send our congratulations. Anybody else? Supervisor Cottrell, do you have?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of things this morning. First, thank you to Ms. Baginski for her comment. I had on my list to ask for a referral to the CEO and the planning department. I know the planning department is hoping to give us an update on our baseline data report soon, and it would be great to include in that report some discussion about habitat conservation plans, what they are, what they're not, kind of pros and cons, and so that the board and the community can learn a little bit more about them as we start our general plan too. So that is one item. A second item, and I'm just going to read my notes here, and thank you to our legislative analyst, Andrew Mize, for helping me with this. I'd like to refer another item to the CEO for consideration by the board. Changes in California's residential and commercial property insurance markets will continue to be a topic of significant interest for this board as Commissioner Lara implements regulatory changes. We heard from Mr. Mize at our October 28th meeting, and I know that other counties have asked the governor to declare a state of emergency on the property insurance crisis. I understand that need for action, but I don't think an emergency declaration is what we want to do, given that Napa County has received some positive benefits from Commissioner Lara's regulations to date. So what I'd like to suggest is a 5-signature letter that the board could send to Commissioner Lara and copy the governor and our state legislative delegation, and it should hit on the following points. We need to communicate an ongoing commitment to address the property insurance crisis in California, and then some specifics on the severity of the FAIR Plan problem in our county. We used to be at about 250 FAIR Plan customers, and now we're at over 2,500. And we need to talk about why emergency powers aren't a long-term fix, and we need to share our expectations that he holds insurers accountable for their admitted market growth commitments. So that's my second referral request.
Yeah, we'll do on both. I wanted to see if Mr. Bordona came to the mic.
Great.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for the opportunity to speak on this briefly. As part of the baseline data report, habitat conservation planning, among a whole host of other things, will be under consideration, if you will, from a data collection standpoint, which will ultimately help inform decisions such as, is a habitat conservation plan right thing for Napa? I think it's important to, as part of that process, to clearly identify what the intent and the goals are. It'd also be a good idea as part of that to evaluate our existing policies and see if those get us there. But we also need to do this, and I think in a holistic manner, so that we're balancing things out with other initiatives such as fuel management. We've had a lot of investment in that. That's important. And in my view, it's probably something that would be more appropriate to do somewhat of a watershed management plan where we're taking everything into consideration and not just sensitive species. So just a few things to think about. But yes, absolutely be happy to come back next year or early next year and put a talk together about the pros and cons and whether or not that is something that would be suitable for Napa.
That'd be great. And I agree that the larger scope of context we can have probably benefits the county the best. So yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, let's not just look at habitat, let's look at everything. It's all interrelated. But yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bordona.
And then just the last item I had, I wanted to remind people that Congressman Thompson had authored a bill to provide tax relief to fire victims who had received a settlement from PG&E. And if you or a family member suffered a loss in the 2017 or 2020 fires and received PG&E settlement dollars, that new bill that has been recently signed will allow those dollars to be tax-free. So you may have paid tax on them and you didn't need to pay tax on them. So just a little PSA on that. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just have one item that I'd like to see brought back early next year, going back to the discussion of a project labor agreement on Building 4 in our facilities plan. Just making sure that we bring that back in time to execute on such an agreement if the board agrees to proceed with that. And that's all I have. So, got it, Mr. Alsop? Any questions? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, we have no items pulled from consent. We have no special district no, we do. We have one special district administrative item. Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District. Mr. Silk, please come on up and present.
Good morning, Chris Silk, District Engineer for Napa Berryessa Resort Improvement District. I think this is the first time I've spoken before a full house, so.
Oh, it's okay. They're all really nice.
And I'm assuming they're not here for me. Some of them are, I see. Okay. So anyhow, I wanted an opportunity to come before the board once again to update you after our October 29th meeting, to which we gave a detailed scenario update for the revenue raise options for the district. As we've explained repeatedly, the district is faced with perennial deficits, budget deficits, to which we need to seek a resolve. Out of the three scenarios, there was scenario C, that gained the attention and support, unanimous support of the board members present on October 29th, and that would be the implementation of a special tax. So what was proposed on October 29th was $21.50. We went back to our financial consultant after the community meeting that was held on November 13th and said, hey, you know, let's have another look at this, because the feedback that we got from the community that it was a heavy lift. And so in doing that, we determined that it would be sufficient for the ask to be on a per parcel basis $1,560 in lieu of the $21.50. And that would still get us to the point where we need to be with a balanced budget to pursue the grant opportunities that are needed to harden the infrastructure for the utilities, particularly at the treatment plants and the water storage tank. And so that's where we are. We want to move forward with this as a ballot initiative. We got feedback from the community. They requested that we pursue a 5-year term limit with an auto renewal based upon presumably a second ballot that would happen after 5 years, seeking a simple majority yes or no to renew it. That's obviously going to require some district council vetting, to which we will, that will go over the next month or so. But we want to keep the ball moving here. It's important. We want to try to seek, full implementation of this before we do the budget readings and budget approval, because that's really paramount here. And to keep it moving, that's why I wanted to come before you at this meeting. So that's where we are. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, great. Let's take public comment. Is there any public comment on this item, which is 10A? Do I have anything on the phone? Oh, yes, please.
Good morning. My name is Joe Sponseller. I'm a resident of the Berryessa Highlands and a user of the water district out there. I wanted to say that thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak about it. It's been a pleasure to work with Mr. Silk as well, and he's been very accommodating to listen to the community and to make adjustments, and it's been very helpful. I wanted to give you just a general state of the community because, while, as you heard from the October 29th meeting, we did qualify as a disadvantaged community, there's still people out there that want to do as much as they possibly can, and we want to continue to go forward so that we can have a resilient system. But I'd say that, for me personally, as a resident of the community, and I'm somewhat representative of what others out there as well. We have people on fixed income. I've been unemployed since June of 2023. Since then, I've joined volunteer organizations. I'm a co-leader of the CERT team out there. Our team buys their own equipment, but we do a lot for the community. You guys mentioned earlier in the meeting about the pandemic. Well, our teams were there helping to do traffic control and get people through to get tested. We've helped in floods. We've helped in a lot of different things. My point in bringing that up is that our community who lives out there are helping Napa beyond our community. And after the fires, when we started the team, you know, we felt a sense of need to get back to the community. I'm going to tie this into the why I think it's important that we talk about with the water district. I also joined the Fire Safe Council, and we've done a lot of volunteer hours with the community in order to reduce fuels and participate in the community, et cetera. The reason I'm bringing all this up is that our community continues to try to give back. This is in this year as a lead of the Fire Safe Council, we have seen the best defensible space that we've seen in the last probably 10 years. I've been here since 2013, and it's just an amazing what the community is doing. People are working on home hardening, and they're working on defensible space, and it's amazing. However, there are things that are beyond our control. So as one of the things that Chris pointed out in the October 29th meeting, and also to our community meeting, that in 2008, when the BOR resorts closed, they represented about 228 EDUs, about over $500,000 in lost revenue to the water district, right? And in the 2020 fires, there was about 100 homes that were gone, and those are no longer paying into the funds, and that's about a $250,000 reduction in revenue. So as Chris mentioned earlier, we're at about a $500,000 deficit in the water district there, and you can see between those two alone are the reasons why we have that. So my request to the board and to the chair is that, is there a way that you can continue to contribute to the operating costs for the water district to represent some of those things that were beyond our control? We're doing the things in our community that are within our control. Those are things that are beyond our control with those going away, and would they consider giving something like a 200 EDU contribution until the resorts are in place, and then we can have some of that offset replaced. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, anything on the phone? Okay, great. I'm going to bring it back, and I'm going to ask if I have any comments or questions from my colleagues. Brian?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, Chris. What came from the meeting and the consensus was around scenario C, but with
Correct.
a 5-year term instead of 10 years?
Correct. Well, that's at least the feedback that we got from the community, that they would support a 5-year term limit with an additional vote for an auto renewal for another 5 years, in lieu of what was originally proposed was a 10-year fixed term limit that was presented on October 29th. So, it's slightly different. It's got a little different twist to it. But again, we'd need to have legal counsel have a look at it in terms of it fitting within the confines of the law.
Thank you.
Supervisor Terrell?
Yeah, I just first want to say thank you to Joe for coming to speak today. It's always great to hear directly from residents. And thank you, Mr. Silke, for helping us understand a little bit more about the details that you got out of that meeting. I think, first of all, interesting question, is there any possible route towards some sort of contribution as has been floated? And then personally, I do have some concerns about a shortened time frame, because it takes so much work to, establish this and get it into place that we might not see the results until we had a 10-year timeline too. So that's just an initial thought.
Well, correct. I mean, there would be some inherent risk going with a shorter time frame, right? And it does take, 3 to 5 to 7 years for full implementation of projects and to actually see that revenue come in. And also in hopes that potentially there's going to be this surge in economic development that would be happening on a parallel path. Yes, no, I understand your concerns.
All right. Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you so much. Following on those, thank you so much for the presentation, and following on that line of thought of the shorter term versus the longer term. I see two of our finance people in the back that might want to stand up and answer my question, and that is, if there is, let's say, the scenario of the longer term tax with the expectation of the resorts, and I just say with the expectations, we still have to go through that process and development process. Would this be a similar closeout process to what is happening right now with the MST, the recycled water? And so I'm looking back in the room. How would those contributions be accounted for if in fact there is an increase into this special tax? And I see that Mr. Minahan drew the short straw to come and answer this question for me.
Maybe he's heading for the door.
He might be. There are a lot of people in here, so he might be.
Good afternoon, Board. Bob Minahan, Napa County Treasurer Tax Collector. So the question is how the funds are closed out at the end?
How would the funds be closed out at the end, assuming the resorts come in, tie up, and pay in, and then we have contributions from the resorts? Because that's what's going to balance all of this. So how does that closeout process work, short term versus a long term?
Well, I think when you look at closeout for funds like this, it's dependent upon what the definition of how these funds can be used. If they're operational funds, they'll stay within the district, and you can take those in combination with the resort coming in to reevaluate rates in the future. So if you have a fund balance of, say, $500,000, you can take that into consideration when you're establishing future rates. So they'll be thrown into the pot. When the resorts come in, you'll have additional revenue coming in. Theoretically, the impact on the residents would be, not only would you see lower rates because of the resort coming in and the contributions being made, but you'd also see lower rates because of the excess funds that had already been collected due to the special tax.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And I see our Public Works Director, Mr. Lederer, wants to chime in.
Yeah, just to try and supplement Mr. Minahan's comments, which are all accurate. The difference with the MST collection was, with the MSTs, it was unclear how many people were ultimately going to sign up. And actually, when it was first done, it was unclear exactly the cost of the project, and it was unclear how many people were going to sign up. So people early on started paying an estimated sort of maximum amount towards what the project would cost and an assumed number of people who signed up. So at the end of the MST, which is where we are right now, now we know how many people signed up. Some people paid more than they needed to early on, so there's a true up. This would be different in the sense that right from the beginning, we know exactly how many people are paying. We know exactly how much they're paying. And yes, at a certain point, hopefully the resort comes in and hopefully some of those 100 homes gets rebuilt. So at some point, be it 5 years or 10 years or whatever, that tax could end. But it wouldn't be a matter of sort of truing up and giving money back or whatever. It would just be, okay, we've now gotten to the point where we don't need this much revenue. So it's in many ways a simpler process. Hopefully that helped.
Thank you. Although I will say I am hopeful that we actually don't know how many people are going to sign up. I'm hopeful that these houses are going to be rebuilt. I'm hopeful that the resorts are going to tie in. And so if that is the case, then the scenario that we move forward with, if in fact it is C, can be variable depending on how many consumers we have up at the lake at Enbridge. So that's the one part where I am hopeful that the number is not what it is today.
Yeah, I guess my point, though, is at the beginning of the tax, there are a certain number of parcels and there's a certain amount, and we know what they're paying. I do agree with you. We don't know exactly when the resorts will come online. We don't know how many of the houses will be rebuilt at whatnot. So at a certain point, we may be able to revisit this and say, oh, there's enough other revenue coming in that we can change this tax. So I think we're saying the same thing.
Right. Let me just reiterate, as we discussed during the October 29th meeting, that core to this finance mission is financial sustainability. And we want to achieve a $1.2 million fund balance. So scenario C on its trajectory, that gets us there the quickest. So just as kind of a footnote to the discussion here.
Okay, so I just want to check in. Do you feel you have direction to continue to pursue C in light, though, of the other concerns?
Yes, I do.
Okay, all right. All right, anybody else? And we took public comment, so great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your presentation and being here.
Well, great.
All right.
Just want to mention, it's been a pleasure serving Director Gregory and Pedroza over my tenure. Thank you for the guidance, and thank you for all the insights, too, that Director Gregory brought to the engineering forum.
Thank you. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Steve. All right, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to administrative item 11A, and I will call up our legislative analyst, Mr. Mize, who will make the presentation. This is to approve a statement on valuing, supporting, and protecting historically marginalized communities. Mr. Mize, good morning.
Good morning, all. At your board's regular meeting on November 12, 2024, the chair referred a future item to the county executive office requesting that the board update its 2017 proclamation on the county's immigrant communities to include all marginalized populations that may be at risk. Staff working with the Director of Health and Human Services drafted the document attached to this item in response to this referral for approval by your board, subject to discussion today. The document, pursuant to the chair's referral, incorporates the 2017 statement specific to immigrants and the board's 2021 statement related to violence against the AAPI community. I'll proceed now by reading the drafted statement in full into the record for your discussion. Thank you. Whereas the County of Napa Board of Supervisors recognizes the long and storied past of our historically marginalized communities, including members of our immigrant, LGBTQIA+, and minority communities who are local leaders in agriculture, tourism, education, business, healthcare, and other professions, and who are at the greatest risk of being subjected to acts of discrimination, oppression, and violence. And whereas the members of these communities are integral to every aspect of our society, they are our friends, colleagues, and neighbors with whom we have built and continue to grow a thriving and inclusive Napa County. And whereas the Board of Supervisors remains dedicated to growing and protecting an inclusive community where all individuals, including the members of our historically marginalized communities, feel safe and secure and can access the resources they need without fear. The board will navigate the path forward together with the members of these communities with trust, collaboration, and respect. And whereas Napa County is built upon rich diversity, with residents identifying as Native American, Black, Hispanic, or Asian American Pacific Islander, comprising 46% of the county's population, and foreign-born residents comprising 22% of the county's total population. And whereas the commitment of the Board of Supervisors to building and protecting this diverse community by renewing our commitment to individual and community empowerment, opportunity for employment, civic engagement, safety, and freedom from racism, discrimination, xenophobia, and hateful acts of violence is fundamental to the vision of the board of a vibrant and inclusive Napa County. And whereas the board particularly considers essential to the effective execution of basic local functions, a relationship of trust between our immigrant community and our local agencies, including law enforcement and schools. And whereas holding the health, well-being, and civil rights of all people as inalienable, regardless of ethnicity, gender, immigration status, national origin, race, religion, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status, through a dynamic and responsive process that respects our community's diversity by the provision of accessible services, language support, legal resources, and community engagement, is a shared value of every member of the Napa County Board of Supervisors. And whereas we call upon all County of Napa leadership, including department heads and staff, to embrace this charge, and together we will face the future with resilience and unity in our shared vision of a community where all people have the opportunity to experience fulfilling lives, leaning into what we know to be true in Napa County. We are stronger together. Our rich diversity is an asset. We all belong. Practicing kindness defines who we are. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the County of Napa strives to be a model for inclusion and equity for all populations, including immigrants, refugees, and other newcomers. We are committed to supporting the ongoing inclusion and long-term economic prosperity of newcomers, and to demonstrating the values of unity and acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vise. I'm going to go ahead and take public comment on this item. So if you'd like to comment, please come forward. And please recall that 3 minutes per person. And if you can stay within your time limit, that would be much appreciated.
Good morning again. My name is Rafael Banuelos. I'm just part of a group of people that have put together a petition for the very things that this gentleman has talked about here. There's a lot of at-risk community members that are immigrants, and we're asking that you seriously look at what our petition has to offer. I have a copy of it. I can give it to any chair or supervisor if they need. But essentially, we're just asking that immigrants of various statuses, undocumented, documented, and even naturalized citizens be protected and have the rights that they deserve. There's all sorts of safety issues in relation to working with immigration and customs enforcement on a local level. And this petition that we have is just asking that all of you heavily consider not cooperating with them and making sure that no staff, resources, or funds are used to deport any of these individuals en masse. I think you all know of the definite impending economic issues that would arise from this happening. We're talking about a lot of monetary stagnancy and inflation, various bad things that are going to happen to this local economy should any of that happen. So if you would like a copy.
Yeah, thank you. You can just hand that to the clerk.
Absolutely. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The petition that we have put forward
Can you state your name, please?
My name is Risa Jarvie.
Thank you.
The petition that we're putting forward is asking that you submit this item with stronger language. That would include more protections for the local immigrant community and more stipulations on what law enforcement could do to assist any like ICE or military officers that would be sent into the town. We have many signatures from local leaders and business owners, and we will keep coming back until this gets passed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors and county staff. My name is Michelle Gruppe. I'm the director of the Community Leaders Coalition. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation to the board for your leadership in proactively making this statement of support and protection for historically marginalized communities. We have come a long way and learned a lot as a community since 2017 about the importance of leadership in ensuring all Napa County residents feel safe, respected, and included. The Community Leaders Coalition was founded in the aftermath of the 2016 election as a grassroots initiative to address growing concerns within Napa County, particularly regarding BIPOC, LGBTQ+, and immigrant populations. We were established to create a collaborative space for nonpartisan community leaders to engage in advocacy and collaborative problem solving. Our vision today remains the same as when we first came together, fostering a community that is inclusive, equitable, and vibrant, prioritizing trust, safety, health, education, and empowerment as shared responsibilities. Based on our experience during the President-elect's first administration, we have the drive, knowledge, and commitment from our members to respond with proven strategies to support our community with accurate information from trusted messengers. This work requires clarity of vision, consistent messaging, and a detailed plan. In addition to requiring funding, we need the county's support to do this work well. To that end, I would like to request that the Board of Supervisors form an ad hoc committee consisting of board members, department heads, and leaders from the community to coordinate efforts. This work would include coordinating things like key messaging and training for county and community-based organizations staff on accurate messaging, determining the best way to communicate these messages effectively, and researching how changing federal legislation may affect county funding and the pluses and deltas of becoming a sanctuary county. I want to thank you for your leadership and time and consideration of this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Good morning, supervisors and staff. Julia DiNatale, Vice President of Community Impact, Napa Valley Community Foundation. On behalf of our board of directors, I also would like to thank you for your proactivity and leadership around issuing this statement in support of our community's most vulnerable members. I also want to thank the county for its many years of financial and moral support of the foundation and our partners' work to provide robust immigration legal services and building a stronger community, one citizen at a time. As you may recall, our 2012 study from the Migration Policy Institute showed that immigrants comprise 23% of our population, but 33% of our labor force and nearly 3/4 of workers in the wine and vineyard industries. We also learned that 2/3 of Napa County's foreign-born residents are either naturalized citizens or legal permanent residents, and children of immigrants comprise more than 50% of the students in our schools. With your help, we've granted nearly $3.3 million for this work since launching in 2013, which has helped more than 2,500 locals become U.S. citizens and another 4,300 apply for immigration remedies like DACA. In recognition of the challenges that lay ahead, our board has set a goal of increasing our annual investment from $200,000 to $500,000 a year, each year for the next 4 years, to fund the legal tools that are available to uphold immigrants' rights, share resources and accurate information, and ensure due process under the law. But it will take more than that $2 million. The program budget baseline's about $1 million per year, and we could expect that it could come close to doubling to respond, meaning that our grantees would need to raise more than an additional $1 million a year. We ask that you increase your funding alongside our board. For example, the County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors took protective measures by setting aside $5 million in funds to help defend immigrants and to temporarily streamline the approval process for usage of these funds, delegating authority to the CEO to negotiate and execute agreements with various entities such as nonprofit and community organizations that provide aid to the immigrant community. With additional support from the County of Napa, together we can protect as many Napa County families as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Good morning, supervisors and county staff. My name is Madeline Hernandez, and I am the daughter and wife of an immigrant. I am also the regional directing attorney for the Immigration Institute of the Bay Area, one of the partners in the collaborative that Julia was just talking about. For more than 100 years, IIBA has been helping immigrants and their families join and contribute to the Bay Area community. We do this by making certain that immigrants have access to high-quality, free or low-cost immigration legal services, education, and civic engagement opportunities. Here in Napa, IIBA leads the Citizenship Legal Services Collaborative, which provides critical outreach, education, and immigration legal services to immigrants living or working in Napa County. The president-elect has been forthcoming about his intentions to enact harmful policies and initiatives against immigrants and their families. This is a direct attack on our friends, our neighbors, our loved ones, our coworkers, and the backbone of Napa's economy. These threats have caused widespread panic and anxiety in our immigrant community, which has led to an increase in demand for our services, which are already in high demand. Daily, we are receiving phone calls from community members who are understandably concerned for the security of their families. We want to build on the work we have already accomplished. To date, we have provided outreach and education at over 1,400 events, informing over 120,000 individuals about their immigration options and their rights under U.S. law. We have also provided immigration legal services to 13,000 individuals, resulting in 2,500 new U.S. citizens and many others securing work permits and getting on a pathway to citizenship. We know the benefits of becoming a U.S. citizen. The economic benefits are clearly beneficial to both new citizens and the community. And today, with the president-elect's threats, citizenship may offer a different sense of security. Likewise, timely and accurate information is going to be more critical than ever, and we need to come together as a community and leverage our resources and expertise. Our neighbors need our support, and one way to provide that is to make sure they have representation and accurate information on their rights. In counties such as Contra Costa, the county has provided funding to the Public Defender's Office to provide deportation defense legal services. IIBA and this initiative would be happy to work on a similar effort and welcome additional funding to support a collaboration like this. Again, we thank you for your past support and urge you to provide additional funding, such as Julia mentioned, and technical expertise and collaboration to this initiative. The funding we are asking for would allow us to create and implement the necessary infrastructure to support and protect our immigrant community, including increasing our capacity to provide immigration legal services and prevent family separation, provide Know Your Rights presentations to inform residents of their legal rights, and partner with other agencies to ensure that everyone receives representation and has access to due process. And I just want to say we do have these red cards that show people the rights they have. I did give some to Supervisor Gallagher, and I would like to hand them to you guys as well.
Thank you, Maddie.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Blanca Wihom. I'm the Executive Director of Puertas Abiertas. I'm here to advocate for our immigrant community that is already feeling the reciprocal effects of the fear of the results of the presidential elections. The challenge that will only grow more urgent over the next 4 years. These challenges include safety concerns and fear in reporting crimes, limited access to healthcare, and the lack of trust of public systems. These challenges often lead to withdrawal from the public spaces and deeply associate and create barriers to essential services. As a result, crimes unreported, health issues are left untreated, education is missed, job vacancies remain unfilled, and all would contribute to a cycle of exclusion and disadvantage. Breaking the cycle and helping immigrants' families rebuild the trust and access essential resources is critical. The Family Resource Centers, FRCs, play a vital role in addressing these challenges, offering comprehensive range of vital services. Include, first, support the North Bay Rapid Response in Napa County, strengthening their volunteers' capacity. Second, outreach initiatives connect families with reliable immigration resources, educate them, know your rights, workshops, and combat misinformation and fraud through outreach. Additional critical support basic needs to ensure equitable access to services like medical care, mental health support, and food and education legal resources, and childcare. Our robust communication strategies is to partner with government agencies and stakeholders and other nonprofits to create a safety net for our immigrant community. These efforts will advocate for the rights of fostering the trust and empower families to overcome challenges and build resiliencies and to move forward with hope. To assist and expand the vital services, we urge your support. The county funding is essential, ensuring these efforts to reach those in need. And we also request to display your proclamation on different buildings from the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca.
Good morning, Chair Gallagher, members of the board, and county staff. My name is Alicia Abdo, she, her, and I serve as the Executive Director of On the Move. I'm also on the steering committee of the Community Leaders Coalition, and On the Move is a partner in the Citizenship Legal Services Collaborative. On the Move specializes in working with emerging leaders with lived experience to develop, implement, and sustain programs that address the equity issues they face in their local communities. One of these programs is LGBTQ Connection, which serves LGBTQ plus individuals, youth, and families across Napa County. This year, LGBTQ Connection's logo on the Welcome to Napa signs on both Soskull and Highway 29 faced vandalism, an act emblematic of the hostility our neighbors face daily. This is not just a Napa problem, it's a national climate of hate and division. But as local LGBTQ residents will report, it has very real local consequences, especially on our children and youth. According to the Trevor Project, 75% of LGBTQ youth say that both anti-LGBT hate crimes and threats of violence against LGBTQ spaces give them stress and anxiety. At LGBTQ Connection, we use the OASIS model, a community-defined evidence-based practice built on the principles of intersectionality, health equity, and trauma-informed care. Through this model, every year we educate hundreds of local agency staff on LGBTQ best practices and support LGBTQ plus youth, grappling with a myriad of issues including declining mental health, suicidal ideation, and a profound sense of isolation. By combining access to resources and services, support groups, and youth leadership opportunities, investing in solutions like the OASIS model not only prevent the lasting impact of trauma, but also create pathways for healing and resilience. But this is not a task for any single organization. It requires all of us, community leaders, organizations, and local government working together. To further the impact of this statement, I urge the board to take these actionable steps. Explicitly name and reject all forms of discrimination, including sexism, homophobia, transphobia, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia prior to adopting the statement. Prioritize racial equity and LGBT inclusion from the county's Community Health Improvement Plan. Establish a task force on equity and inclusion to monitor and address hate incidents. Develop a rapid response protocol to publicly condemn hate incidents and support affected residents. Increase funding for mental health and crisis intervention programs, specifically focused on LGBTQ youth and their families, and expand anti-bias training for county staff. These actions save lives, not just in theory, but in practice. For LGBTQ youth, particularly those in schools, this work creates the hope and support they need to thrive. Thank you for your leadership, your commitment to building a more just and inclusive community.
Thank you, Alicia.
Good morning. I'd like to raise my voice in support of everyone who has spoken so far. I am a proud resident of Napa County, live on Coombsville Road, and I speak not only as a member of the Napa County Housing Commission that oversees all of the 3 farm worker housing sites, but also as a proud member of Progressive Women of Napa Valley and on the Grants Committee of the Napa Valley Community Foundation. I think money is probably what's going to be needed here more than anything else so that we can support what we need to support in terms of taking care of our residents at this time. There is a clear concern that I have heard on all of the boards and all of the meetings I've attended in the past since the beginning of November. We need to embrace all of our community and all of the people that make this community so incredibly diverse, so incredibly vibrant. And if we don't, we will suffer. Therefore, I too add my voice to the need to increase the budget, to increase the dollars that we are willing to spend to support all of the residents of our community, whether they are here with documents or not, to make sure that we keep our community safe and vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Good morning, board, and good morning, county staff. My name is Alicia Hardy, and I'm the CEO of CommuniCare Olay, formerly Olay Health. We were founded more than 50 years ago here in Napa Valley by migrant farm workers, and our founders had a vision that every person deserved access to high-quality care, regardless of their ability to pay. Over the past 50-plus years, we have delivered on that mission. We have 5 sites for primary care in Napa Valley, all the way from Calistoga down to American Canyon, caring for 1 in 4 residents of our community. We're the primary healthcare provider for many of the immigrants who live and work in our valley, and nearly 65% of our patients identify as Hispanic or Latino. For most, Spanish is their first language. These individuals are the backbone of our economy. They work in our vineyards, our restaurants, our hotels, and the places that make Napa Valley a world-class destination to visit and a wonderful place to live. In addition to our patients, more than half the individuals who work for CommuniCare Olay come from immigrant families. Some of these employees have been with us for decades, some 30 and even 40 years. They are the heart of our organization and vital members of the community. We are committed to supporting our employees, our patients, and everyone in our community who is marginalized. We value, as you do, dignity, diversity, inclusiveness, and we are here to support the most vulnerable. Our doors are open to all, regardless of race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity. We want every member of this community to know that they are safe and welcome to receive services, which is difficult now with the rampant fear. We're in the process of dusting off old training materials from 2017 about what to do in the event of a raid, immigrant rights, training both of our staff, educating our patients, and we're putting signs at every health center that say, "You are safe and you are welcome." Thank you, Board, for your leadership, and look forward to continued partnership on this very important issue.
Thank you, Alicia.
Good morning, members of the board and the community. My name is Polly Weber. I've been a Napa resident for 8 years now, having had 19 years in private practice as an immigration attorney, during which time I was a volunteer attorney in deportation proceedings and then later became an immigration judge for 21 years, after which I moved to Napa to retire, which has been wonderful. I am here today to talk a little bit more about the history of immigration in order to understand where we're going with this business of Trump wanting to round up millions of people and deport them. I'm also on the advisory board of the IIBA and a member of something called the Roundtable of Retired Immigration Judges, where we file amicus briefs in groundbreaking litigation around the country in the highest courts. Since 1977, I've seen the institutional treatment of newcomers to this country. In the 1990s, immigration became a political football in a Machiavellian power struggle to prevent any reform whatsoever, essentially destroying the infrastructure of the immigration process. It is a mess right now. An analogy here about what we're about to enter into, but it's not a great analogy, it's just all we have, is the Bracero program of the 1940s, 50s, and 60s that ensured that agricultural labor needs were met when domestic agricultural workers were sent to work in essential industries during World War II. The Bracero people were not treated well at all. There's many, many things I could talk about there, but if you have questions, I will. If the next administration is successful in its bid to remove millions of non-citizens, we will need to find ways to address the critical role non-citizens play in agriculture, construction, and hospitality in Napa Valley. As everybody else has said, there's consternation and fear in the community, not only for their own certainty of incarceration and removal, but also for the even the citizen family members who rely on them for sustenance and removal and survival. The government is talking about moving out minor children who are U.S. citizens along with their non-citizen parents. So this is, hopefully they're not going to be able to do that. The national legal infrastructure is organizing massively to fight these efforts tooth and nail, but it's unknown just how we can manage and control the future of these folks with this very infrastructure of our government is in peril. The last meaningful affirmative immigration reform was in 1982, 42 years ago. And since then, conservatives in Congress have created, oh dear, we're out of time.
It's okay. Polly, just wrap up if you can.
Okay, just conservatives have come up with the most draconian laws to ensure that fewer and fewer people achieve the American dream of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I think we all know that we need to be able to put our pedal to the metal, whatever, and fund adequate work to support the neighbors that we have that may be at risk at this point. And I just want to point out Contra Costa County is several steps ahead of the other counties in California in trying to create coalitions that will address these problems. And funding from the county has been a major a major issue for them. So I support everything everybody else has said, and thank you.
All right, thank you, Polly.
Good morning, Supervisor Chair Gallagher, Board of Supervisors, and county staff. Elba Gonzalez Mares. I'm the Executive Director of Community Health Initiative and also as a CLC Steering Committee member. So I support the previous statements said before me. However, I'm here to speak on behalf of my colleague, Kara May Woolidge. She's the Executive Director of the Napa Farmers Market. She had to go to work. It's market day today. And I thought it was important that her statement be heard tonight, today, this morning. Just like her, our pronouns are she, her, and ella. So this is a statement that's also personal to me as an immigrant child and raised by a single mother who depended on programs like food stamps and suffered food insecurity. So this is from Kara May Woolidge. I'm here today representing the Napa County Food Security Coalition. We are a coalition of 22 nonprofit organizations, local government representatives, and funders who have been working together behind the scenes for more than 20 years. The Napa County Food Security Coalition purpose is to build connections among Napa County Food Security Network partners to foster creative solutions to ensure equitable access to sufficient nutritious and culturally appropriate food and collaboratively address chronic and crisis food insecurity. Based on the available data from the 2023 Napa County Community Health Assessment, we know that Latinx and Black residents in Napa County experience higher levels of food insecurity, 11% and 10% respectively, compared to non-Hispanic white residents at 4%. Anecdotally, as food security providers, we know that residents with concerns about their immigration status may be reluctant to seek food assistance because they are afraid it will impact their ability to receive permanent residency or citizenship. In addition to the statement that you have proclaimed today, I urge that the Napa County Board of Supervisors to seek ways to address the concerns of our community in need of food assistance. Currently, the Napa County Food Security Coalition is conducting listening sessions with our community, and the results will inform our work moving forward to ensure no one in Napa County is afraid to receiving the food they need and deserve. Thank you for making this statement today. It is a good start, and we have a lot of work to do together. Kara May Woolidge. Thank you.
Thank you, Elba.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tracy Crumpin. I'm here as a private resident today, this morning, and not on behalf of anybody, so just to make that determination. Thank you, Chair Gallagher and the board for your proclamation this morning. It's critical that our communities hear from our local leaders, and we are so incredibly fortunate to have the nonprofit leaders we have in our county and in the room today for their leadership and dedication. I would encourage our cities and towns to also provide a similar statement reflecting our collective values of supporting our family members, friends, and community, no matter where they are from, what language they speak, who they love, or how they worship. We've been seeing some great messages out of our neighbors over in Sonoma County, Contra Costa County, as we know, as well as Yolo County. I support the idea of establishing an ad hoc committee to work collectively with our community leaders to speak with one collective voice. Another option that the county could have would be to provide ICE and Know Your Rights resources section on the county's website, like I've seen in Sonoma County. They've made it very simple. It's a very simple drop-down. Really encourage you to take a look at that. This information is invaluable, and as we know, knowledge is power. Communities are concerned, and they are scared. It is important that we speak up and let our communities know that Napa County is a safe community where every resident can live without fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Chair Gallagher and supervisors, I'm Lisa Saran of Napa. I'm also the co-founder of Indivisible Napa, a grassroots organization whose mission is to promote progressive values and to resist the Trump agenda. I represent today 460 local activists as I gratefully commend the board for their statement on valuing, supporting, and protecting historically marginalized communities. We also strongly urge our county and city law enforcement agencies to issue public statements supporting the California Values Act, SB 54, also known as California Sanctuary State Law, following the lead of Santa Rosa and Woodland Police Departments and communities. It is important leadership in the face of the coming tyranny to stand up and resist. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Good morning, Chair and Board of Supervisors. My name is Peter Rumble. I have the pleasure of serving as the CEO of the Napa County Farm Bureau, and I am joining you this morning to express our support for your action. It's clear how important the immigrant population is to the agricultural community, and while we can discuss what actions and policies are best to protect the agricultural workforce, I want to highlight something else in your resolution. We can't forget that we have individuals and families who are integral to our lives, each of our lives, who attend church with us, who see our kids at soccer games, who we are friends with, and who make Napa what it is. So setting politics and policy aside, that families are in fear of being separated. Individuals have to contend with the possibility of their lives being upended. That is simply horrific. And I recognize that there are many who are already working in this space in Napa. So I'm here on behalf of the Farm Bureau to simply express my support for your action this morning and to offer the Farm Bureau as a partner in our shared work going forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Good morning, staff, supervisors, Chair Gallagher. My name is Leslie Liu. I'm with Rise Up Napa. I am also the board chair for the Planned Parenthood Northern California Action Fund. At Planned Parenthood, while the incoming administration wants to restrain our LGBTQIA neighbors, we are leaning in to helping people live the lives they are meant to live, which is why we offer gender-affirming care. I want to thank the board today for bringing forward this statement of support for our neighbors in this community who may be vulnerable under a new administration. Here in Napa County, we rely on the diversity of everyone here to make our economy and our lives in Napa County prosper in safety. This statement is really important and I support it. Personally, as a rather small Asian American woman, I have felt vulnerable to Asian hate and Asian violence, and there's certainly places that I would never dream of going. I really hate comments like the one about my being a male or a bride, and I am grateful that these comments in our community are really quite rare. I work in Sonoma County, where our county sheriff, along with the police chiefs of all the municipalities, have developed a letter of support and information, letting all folks, and particularly our immigrant population, know that they're valued and welcomed in Sonoma County and that there are California laws limiting local cooperation with ICE. I understand that the city of Woodland and Contra Costa County have sent similar letters, and I would request that we send out a similar letter from our county sheriff and all our law enforcement municipalities. I would love to send a copy of the Sonoma County literature to the board for you to forward on to the sheriff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Leslie.
Good morning, board. Pete Richmond, 1032 Darmus Lane. I appreciate you taking the time to consider this resolution. And I want to give you a little bit of a backstory. So this finished my 38th harvest in the wine business. And in that time, I've had two Anglos come to work for me, one of which was my son, one of which was a college student. The rest of our employee population is 99% immigrant. If you look at the challenges these folks face on a daily basis, we can't relate to it. And so while the resolution is wonderful, we're going to have to put some money behind this. And we're going to have to over-communicate to our immigrant population about what we're doing as a community and communicate in terms that they can understand, which is probably not the standard media. So I appreciate the time and thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete.
Good morning, Chair Gallagher and Board of Supervisors. Thank you for hosting this important discussion today. My name is Caleb Mosley. I'm the Executive Director of the Napa Valley Grape Growers, and I just want to state that we fully support the work that you're endeavoring upon right now, and also would like to be a partner in communicating to the community wherever we can about resources and education, whatever might be available to help the people that have made this place the amazing place that it is. I don't have 38 years under my belt. I had 18 harvests, and I just can't tell you how thankful I am for every opportunity I had to work in the vines with some amazing people every single year. So thank you for your work, and I applaud you and hope that we can continue exploring other ideas to support.
Thank you, Caleb.
Good morning, Chair Gallagher, members of the board. I'm Jennifer Yasumoto. I'm the Health and Human Services Agency Director, and I just wanted to say a little bit, it's probably odd to be at public comment, but I wanted to just say how meaningful and impactful this statement is to those of us who work on the front line, who see firsthand the added barriers and impacts that fear and a lack of trust has on our vulnerable and historically marginalized communities, who already bear the brunt of many societal inequities. Like many here who are in the room and our partners, our work and the services we provide at HHSA are to continually bend the arc to mitigate the impacts of inequities. Our charge is to lift up those most marginalized and vulnerable. We cannot do that alone. It takes community, partnership, and leadership like that shown today and asked for today. We are really grateful to work in a place where a statement like this is possible, to make it clear for all what we stand for in Napa County and what our leaders expect of us. It helps make it clear to all that the mission and vision of agencies like HHSA remain steadfast in the face of potentially changing landscape. There should be no confusion about who we are. A place where fear will be mitigated to the best of our ability and overcome by belonging, respect, community, and inclusion. A place where all are welcome and will be served with safety and respect. For an agency like Health and Human Services, this is an ecosystem we strive to contribute to. This is an ecosystem that helps us to deliver our very best to the community because we have the wind behind our sails. Thank you for being clear on what we stand for and for inspiring and expecting us to be our very best and work together in the days ahead. I know that as Health and Human Services, we stand ready to work with the board, the county, our partners, and those community members who are here today. So thank you very much for this statement.
Thanks, Jennifer. Is there any other public comment in the room? Is there any public comment on the phone? Okay. All right, great. Thank you so much. I'm going to bring it back. And first of all, just say thank you so much to everyone that's been here today. Appreciate your support, your comments, your suggestions. Really, this has been an incredible showing of the community in all its different forms. I just wanted to make a couple of comments and make a suggestion. Just to let people know, we do have code in our Department of Corrections. It's 4.12B, and that addresses policies and procedures regarding cooperation with ICE. And so that's important to know that that is there and that we do follow the Trust Act through the state of California. So we have those policies and procedures, and we have made them public. I'd like to suggest that on our website landing page, we have, once we have approved the statement, that we have that there in English and Spanish, and also a link to the code language. 4.12 with maybe a summary of what that is, but then a link to the actual code language so that that is available in both English and Spanish. I also wanted to agree that I would like, I'm just going to state for myself that I would like to encourage our law enforcement community to issue a statement and to reiterate the cooperation with ICE policies and procedures to the public. I agree that we should go ahead and add an ad hoc committee, which would
consist of 2 members of the board, and also relevant department heads and members of community that could work together to address issues. We can look at additional kinds of language we may want. We heard from the public today about other kinds of language they'd like to see. We have a petition. We have several comments. I'd like for us to be able to pass the statement today with the understanding that we will put an ad hoc committee together and we can address amendments or other language we'd like to put out into the public. And we can also address many of the suggestions that came up today, such as how to create a defense fund, essentially. Also, how we might support the public defender in doing some of this work, rapid response, all of that. So I think there's much to be discussed and much we can do moving forward, but I do think it would be most productive to put an ad hoc committee together, which could help to forward that work. So those are just a couple of comments and suggestions that I have. And do I have anything from my colleagues? Supervisor Pedroza.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I support this as well. I think the opportunity here, though, is for those employers that were here today that came in support of that, how do we engage the employers? Because I think it's in their best interest, and they care for their employees, but get them engaged early on. So whether they're part of the ad hoc committee or they're part of it, I do think they're here to help and provide solutions. So they definitely should get engaged early on.
Thank you. Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks to everyone who came up and spoke today. It was great to hear such a range of statements and also so much commonality throughout. So just wanted to reflect on Chair Gallagher, a couple of things you mentioned. I would support the landing page statement. I also think an ad hoc committee is a good idea. Perhaps what we can do is make a referral so we can have as an agenda item at an upcoming meeting something about what that ad hoc would look like, so we don't have to design it in this moment on the fly, but can take some time to think what is really strategic and look at potential increased funding opportunities as well. And Supervisor Pedroza's point about making sure that we're reaching out to employers, I think, is critical. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to say I have a meeting upcoming with all of our local law enforcement leaders, many of our local law enforcement leaders, and many of the community groups that spoke today. And I just want to let people know that when engaging with local law enforcement on that, everything I got was absolutely, we're here to figure out how we can partner. And, we understand what we want to do. We are not ICE. And so continuing, I think that will be a good next step, and then further conversations moving forward too.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members? Okay. Then we will bring it back to the board. And if no one has any comments, I will look for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Gregory, seconded by Ramos. All those in favor, please say so by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Statement passes, and we will be back to continue the work. I would like to sort of memorialize the moment here. So I have asked the department heads to come up for a photo with the board, and I would ask that anyone else who would like to join in, please come forward. We're going to have the board stay on the dais, and everyone else can gather here, and I'm hoping someone on the staff is here to take a photo. All of our there's one. Yes, we will. We wanted to wait till it was done, but we do have a copy we can hold up as a photo. I think, Mr. Mize. Yeah, we have to be. Oh yeah, sorry. You guys go off to the front. Please, anybody that wants to be part, come on up.
Yeah, do that one first and then we'll come up.
Yes, I have a view. I know I'm very short. Thank you. anybody have a copy? Does somebody have a copy of it? I asked Andrew. Mr. Mize, do you have a copy of the statement? This is great. Yeah, please. Anyone who has a copy. We want. Yeah.
You guys are shorter. Works out.
And Director Yasumoto does have a copy, so if somebody can hold that, that would be great. Or you can just be in it, Jennifer. Yeah. Okay, one more, one last one. All right, thank you so much, everyone. I am going to take a 10-minute, we are going to take a 10-minute break because it is now close to 11 and I don't want to be accused of being a slave driver and not letting anyone take a comfort break. And we can sign
Madam Chair, ready when you are.
Ready? All right, thank you. We are back from our recess, and we are going to move to item 13A, public hearing. This is the introduction and intention to adopt an ordinance removing section 2.88.040 and amending sections 2.88.050, 2.88.060, 2.88.070, and 2.88.080 of Chapter 2.88 Appeals and Section 3.32.100 of Chapter 3.32 Uniform Transient Occupancy Tax regarding the filing and contents of appeals packets. And Mr. Dooley, that's a lot of numbers to have to say.
Yes.
One introduction, but you are an attorney, so I understand. But thank you so much, and we look forward to hearing the real words behind all those numbers
Yes.
from you. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. I may have to disappoint the chair. We are actually asking to continue the hearing on this item. I absolutely, and I appreciate the attention to detail. We have circulated the proposed ordinance to stakeholders and interested parties and received some feedback that has resulted in re-examining some of the proposed changes. We are planning on bringing back the item at the end of January. So we're seeking a continuance to the January 28th meeting. It will be re-noticed in the newspaper with to reflect the changes. We wanted to make sure, since we did notice the item for a hearing today, that if there were any public comments or people who made the effort to come today to speak on it, that we presented it. But it will be coming back at a future date, and so we're requesting a continuance.
Okay, thank you very much. So the public hearing is open, and we can take public comment on the continuance. Does anyone want to comment on the continuance? Anything on the phone? Okay, we'll bring it back, and can I have a motion from the board?
Move to continue ordinance removing section 2.8040 and amending section 2.8. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, you're fine.
Move to continue to January 28th.
Thank you, Supervisor Gregory, seconded by Supervisor Pedroza. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we will move to 13B. This is also you, Mr. Dooley. Introduction, and I think we're actually going to do this. Introduction and intention to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 8.80 Disaster Recovery to extend the effective date and expand the provisions to any declared local emergencies affecting property or structures. And we'll open the public hearing and hear from Mr. Dooley.
Yes, good morning again, Chair and members of the board. Jason Dooley, Deputy County Counsel. Before you is a proposed amendment to Chapter 8.80, which addresses the disaster recovery provisions, providing administrative relief after currently after specified wildfire disasters. In July, this board asked staff to this board received a presentation from staff on the various provisions and policies providing relief for disaster recovery. Those included this chapter, as well as a fee waiver provision policy and a recovery from a disaster policy that applies as well. One of the follow-up items from that presentation was to reconcile the effective dates of those policies. The fee waiver policy extends to 5 years after the declaration of a local emergency. The other PBES policy doesn't have an extension, or it generally applies during the emergency. But the disaster recovery ordinance in Chapter 8.80 is set to expire by its terms on December 31st of this year. In 2 weeks. The staff also suggested and offered that we would make changes to the code to extend the provisions to other types of disasters that may occur in the future, having them be tied to a declaration of a local emergency, so removing it from specifically identified fires that have occurred in the past to be able to apply those terms to future disasters of whatever nature. The proposed amendment focuses on those two goals by primarily extending the effective date of the ordinance to match that of the fee waiver provision, which is 5 years from the declaration of the local emergency. And then to address the second goal, throughout the chapter we've looked at changing some of the defined terms so that instead of specifying fire disaster, it identifies any disaster, and kind of generalizing some of the provisions that were tied to the specific disasters in the past. We also noted that the effective date, or the ordinance doesn't become effective until 30 days after adoption, which would occur on a second reading. At this stage, that would be the January 14th meeting. In order to ensure continuation of these policies, the ordinance would be retroactive to January 1st of 2025. Just wanted to highlight that. We did receive some public comment regarding one specific provision, and I wanted to identify a change to the proposed amendment that stems from that public comment and is highlighted in a version that has been circulated and I believe is available if anyone, member of the public wants it. But I will read it into the record as well. It relates to section 8.80.140, which relates to legal nonconformities on damaged properties. There are two changes that we're proposing. One in subsection B, with the addition of the phrase at the end of that section, or streams or wetlands contained in chapter 18.108, conservation regulations. And then the second change is in subsection C, and we are proposing some additional language that will follow the, let's see, it's the second to last sentence. We are adding a sentence that reads as follows. If a building permit is required for the damaged structure, then the use shall be deemed voluntarily abandoned unless recommenced within 2 years after final inspection, and the building permit is obtained before December 31st or 31 of the 4th calendar year after the declaration of local emergency by the Board of Supervisors. And then we also propose striking the 3 words in the next sentence, by 6 months, to remove that phrase. Those proposed changes reflect an oversight in attempting to generalize the provisions. The current code has specific dates for each fire disaster that this applies to. And there's 2 sets of those based on if a legal nonconforming use requires a building permit or if it doesn't require a building permit. And so the original proposed amendment conflated those inadvertently. And so this sentence would continue to have those 2 timelines based on the permitting requirements of each. The first change is not creating a new right. It's just identifying that a possible nonconformity could result from the application of the conservation regulations. The current code doesn't reflect that, and so this doesn't actually create new nonconformities. It doesn't provide any sort of right. It recognizes that a nonconformity could exist because of the conservation regulations. And then, the proposal from the public comment, and that may come forward through public comment after this, but I wanted to address the idea of this section relates to reestablishing a use on a property that may have been damaged or that has been damaged by a disaster, where that use is an existing legal non-conforming use. Our standard code provides a timeline for reestablishing a non-conforming use that's damaged. When it's damaged because of a local emergency, this section provides a longer time frame for them to reestablish that use. What the additional language provides is a time frame within which a property owner can obtain a building permit. But it's really applying to what they do after they've obtained the building permit and received a final inspection on that building permit. It requires that they actually continue to engage in the use, and in order for us to deem a non-conforming use abandoned, they have to show that they are, or we have to show that they are not actually engaging in that use. It's a really difficult bar, but this provides some relief to those who are trying to reestablish in good faith that use. There is also a provision for the director to provide some additional flexibility and to extend timeframes. We wanted to be sure that adequately addresses potential scenarios where the difficulty in obtaining building permits and doing the work that comes from the disaster can be addressed through the flexibility that the director can have through their discretion. And so there's a kind of a good cause standard. They must show that they're working in good faith toward reestablishing the use, but it just gives the ability to ensure that if someone is coming in, they're working on getting their permits, but due to the restrictions and restraints from recovering from a disaster, they need more time. This gives the director the ability to work with that applicant, since generally that shows that they're not intending to voluntarily abandon their use. So with that change, and with the, staff is recommending that the board entertain a motion of intent to adopt after hearing from, or conducting the public hearing. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Can I just clarify, so what has to have happened by December 31st of the 4th calendar year after the declaration of local emergency? The building permit is obtained?
Yes.
And okay.
So it is a convoluted sentence, and that reflects the way it's written now. My intent was not to make too big of a change to this code. But what happens is that if a central or essential structure of a nonconforming use is destroyed in the disaster, they can continue the nonconforming use if they've obtained a building permit within 4 years, and after obtaining a final inspection of that, which can happen after that 4 years, if they engage in the nonconforming use within 2 years. So the timeline is the disaster occurs, they have approximately 4 years to obtain a building permit for an essential structure of that use. And then they have the building permit timeline to reconstruct that structure. And then 2 years after that to establish the primary nonconforming use. Currently, without a local emergency declaration, the time frame to get a permit for a structure that's been destroyed by a fire, those types of things, that's not a local emergency, they have 1 year to get the permit. And so this does extend it by 3 years. That is consistent with the code, the existing code, which specifies the time frame based on the 2017 fires, the 2019 steel fire, and the 2022 fires. Those have specified dates certain. This generalizes it so that it can apply to a future disaster by making it the 4th calendar year, December 31st of the 4th calendar year after the disaster, which is consistent with those specific dates on those disasters.
So those disasters, it was 5 years, you said?
It was 4 years plus whatever time to get to the December 31st. So it was
Okay.
over 4 years.
So I realize the public comment suggested the 4 years, but you feel there's rationale for the 4 years?
The 4 years, yes, it's consistent with the current code, and it does provide that relief. There, we've seen how long it takes to get permits after a disaster, and that's really what kind of triggers this, is obtaining that permit. The abandonment part, we have to show a certain amount of time where they've not engaged in that use in order to deem something abandoned as a non-conforming use. So we do have to have a time frame where we have evidence that they've not engaged in that use. But we want to provide enough time for them to recover and obtain the permits that would be necessary even to start the process of re-engaging in the use.
Okay, and I have some comments from the board. So Supervisor Cottrell.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had kind of a similar question to just kind of unpack that section a little bit more. And I think my first comment is what's drafted here is much less confusing than the multiple fires, multiple events. So I'm glad that we're moving toward a more general statement. I think we can probably do better than one thing that concerns me here is that we have this kind of the 2 year after final inspection and then the 4th calendar year. But I think what you just explained is that actually that event is subsequent to the 4th calendar year situation. So I'd love to see a rewrite where we could say, kind of have it follow in chronological order. And I know this feels probably like splitting hairs, but this is such an important section for people to understand and know what their options are. So I think that would be my suggestion on that piece. On the upper section, that makes sense to me because I think if we read it without some of those internal clauses, basically what we're saying is it would, the director, we're talking about a situation where the director determines that such relocation would enhance opportunities for, or would reduce the extent of nonconformity with minimum setbacks for streams or wetlands. So we're saying this is an opportunity to reduce the extent of a nonconformity for those two streams and wetland categories.
Exactly, yeah. This applies to the ability to move a structure that was non-conforming because it was in a stream or wetland setback, move it away further from that setback if possible.
Yeah, so I'm in support of that, and I think we're really close with this second section, but I think it's worth wordsmithing a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, thanks. I agree. I was going to mention the sentence structure, just reverse those two things. I think it makes a lot more sense. So in terms of this extension, it goes till end of next year. Are there more extensions possible through the next board of directors at their board of supervisors at their discretion, or is this like it?
So the way it would be written, the way it's proposed would be to extend it to a period of time after the declaration of local emergency. So unless there's a change to that, that would be the it would trail every disaster. Right now, because of the way that the current code is written, we've proposed extending the deadline for the 2017 fires and the 2019 steel fires to be the same as the glass fire, which is October 2025, to ease, otherwise it would have passed along a couple of years ago. But otherwise, every disaster after that would be that 5-year period. That is, of course, subject to change by a future board. But it would require a change to either that calculation or a different way of measuring that effective date.
Okay. And to my colleagues for next year, a lot of folks in District 2 still haven't rebuilt from 2017. So just keep that in mind. And we still keep an email list of them. I'd like to see staff, reach out, make sure they're aware of these new deadlines, so they don't miss any opportunity. Thank you.
Supervisor Ramos.
Thank you. I would just ask staff to add, and I don't think this needs to come back to us, but to add more precision in the purpose and intent section and in the definitions. In the purpose and intent, it says a declared emergency or natural disaster. But when you go to the definitions, it says a local emergency, not a declared emergency. And it also is not saying declared by whom. I'm imagining we say Napa County and or the state of California, but I just see there's just some wiggle room in there. So I only see declared a couple of times, and otherwise I see local emergency. So if we could just have consistency in the document with that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have any other questions here. I'm going to go ahead and go to public comment. Anyone have any public comment on this item?
I'll try to be quick. Jeff Dodd, Land Use Attorney. Thank you so much for considering these amendments and extensions. I also wanted to thank Director Bordona and Council Dooley for considering my comments that I submitted yesterday, especially kind of reworking it again this morning. And I think we found a good balance. And to Supervisor Cottrell's comments, I thought that kind of bringing a little bit more clarity, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Unfortunately, I think we're working with the old legal non-conforming ordinance and trying to put language from that into this, and so it just kind of got awkward. But I do think those reworking, as you suggested, would be a nice touch. I just make one note for clarity, and Council Dooley already noted it, but the language of for this legal non-conforming section of the disaster ordinance, that when we're talking about calendar year, it's the entirety of the calendar year. So for purposes of victims of the glass fire, where there was a disaster October of 2020, that calendar year counting wouldn't begin until January 1 of 2021. So it's the full calendar year. Council Dooley noted that the extension would go through 2025, but I just wanted to point that out to you as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Mr. Dooley, did you have any comments before we?
I do want to echo what Mr. Dodd mentioned. The phrasing of this section is directly related to the legal nonconforming chapter, which is 18.132. And so we can certainly reformat it to make it clearer. We may actually, we'll discuss whether we want to do that with 18.132. I don't want to have it necessarily be connected, but with this we will make it clearer as the board has indicated. And we will need to then come back for another first reading, I believe, to make those, if we're making changes that aren't going to be reflected here. I say an introduction rather, and so we will make sure we do that and notice a new public hearing for that.
Okay. Do we move forward with the intention to adopt, and then you still have time to revise? Since it's not adoption, it's just intention, and then you can go back and make the changes?
I believe if we are making any changes that isn't happening at this hearing, we will have to come back with a new introduction item. If we were considering only the proposed changes that we've discussed and I read into the record, then we could do that, but we want to make sure we're addressing the concerns that have been raised, which we can also address the clarification of some other things.
Okay.
So,
okay.
I think at this point, it might be good to have, I don't know if any action needs to be taken to direct staff to make those changes, but
Right. So I would just ask the board to direct staff to make those changes, and we'll bring it back and reintroduce it in January
Okay.
after we notice it.
Okay, so if anyone does not agree with those suggested changes,
Well, just to make sure we're not getting in trouble, it expires at the end of the year, so how's that work?
so we will continue to make it retroactive. This, it will, there will be a window where it's not effective, but it will be retroactive to that. So it might engender some confusion, but I think staff can work to make sure that people are aware that this time frame during the adoption will be kind of corrected by the retroactive application of the ordinance.
okay. All right, then, thank you.
Thank you.
And we will see you again. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to item 13C, public hearing, Skyline Wilderness Park acquisition. Ms. Craig, we are here to do the final resolution to approve and authorize agreement number 250243B, purchasing approximately 874 acres of land commonly known as the Skyline Wilderness Park property from the state of California, and approve and authorize amendment number 9 to agreement number 1654, authorizing Skyline Park Citizens Association to continue operating Skyline Wilderness Park for 1 year with 4 one-year extensions. And we'll open the public hearing, and Ms. Craig, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. Becky Craig, CEO's office. And this is an item that has been before you a few times over the last few months, so I don't have anything additional to add. This will now start the due diligence period, and we then anticipate that we would be closing on the property in March. So not only would we be executing the purchase and sale, we do have here an extension of the operations agreement with Skyline Citizens Association. They have been managing this park for 45 plus years, and we would like to continue that arrangement, and then we would come forward with any changes to that over the next 5-year period. Following this, we are in process with Camp Coombs that since we have the legislation that we can pursue that. The state has hired an appraiser, so they will be performing that work over the next few months. And similarly, we will be preparing the survey and the final legal description. So that also we anticipate coming back to the board later in 2025 with the proposal for acquisition of Camp Coombs, which would make the park whole. And with that, I turn it over to the public.
All right, thank you so much. Do we have any public comment on this item? Anyone on the phone? All right, we will bring it back and we will close public hearing. And do we have any comments or, oh, yes, we do. Supervisor Cottrell.
I just wanted to take another opportunity, much to the chagrin of Supervisors Pedrosa and Gregory, to say thank you, because so much of the work on this item has happened in previous years, and we get the benefit today of saying, let's go forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gregory.
Yeah, I'd happily move this item and just congratulate the association. I've been out there for about 30 of its 45 years, and it's never been run better than right now. Board Chair Keith Kimbrough and Parks Director Darren Crevet are just doing such a great job. Why not? Why not let them continue for years to come? So that's a motion.
Thank you. Okay, moved by Gregory, seconded by Pedrosa. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, great. One more step. Thank you, Ms. Craig. Okay, we are now on item 13D, public hearing, Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District. Ms. Craig is going to stay with us for this. Conduct a public hearing to adopt a resolution of renewal for the Napa Valley Tourism Improvement District and Management District Plan. And we will open the public hearing and hear from Ms. Craig.
Thank you, Chair and Supervisors. this item also has been before the board for quite a few months now, with the iterations required by state statute and the notices and the hearings. And today is the conclusion of that with the final public hearing to consider the protests that have been received and to adopt the management district plan. This will set forth a 10-year term for the entity and reestablish the governing board with the NVTC. We do have in the resolution some modifications that were presented at the last board meeting that we would like to incorporate and make everyone aware. In particular, it is further resolved, and there are multiple parts that I would like to read, that the Napa Valley Tourism Corporation hire an independent contractor to provide administrative services, that the NVTC form an ad hoc governance committee to conduct a full review and provide recommendations regarding governance for NVTC, Visit Napa Valley, and the local governing committees. These would include changes to the bylaws, addressing potential conflicts of interest, improving understanding of fiduciary duties, consider increasing the percentage of assessment funds allocated to local destinations, consider increasing representatives from Up Valley small hoteliers and chambers, and recommendations to improve clarity on how the assessment revenue is spent. So those will be directions provided by the NVTC upon adoption of this resolution. And with that, I would open it for public comment.
Thank you so much. And does anyone in the public want to comment on this item? Okay, anybody on the phone? All right. We will go ahead and bring it back to the board. Does anyone have any comments? Supervisor Cottrell.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to my colleagues on NVTC and all of the VNV board members and leadership. This has been a long journey with a lot of hours put in on everyone's part, and I appreciate all the work that has gotten us to today.
Great, thank you. Okay, we are going to, the public hearing is closed, and we will, anyone up for making a motion?
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Pedroza, second by Gregory. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, great, thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to 13E. I want to make sure everyone knows that there was a memo amending the resolution for item 13E. Everyone got that and had a chance to take a look. And this, I think we'll wait like 1 minute here and get everybody settled. Okay, we will move to public hearing Williamson Act, Agricultural Preserves and Contracts 2024. The item before us is to adopt a resolution establishing certain agricultural preserves, types A and H, and approve and authorize 33 new contracts as identified in the attached resolution, which includes rescission of 5 existing contracts and replacing them with 6 new contracts. As well as the amendment that we received this morning. And welcome, staff.
Good morning, Chair Gallagher and members of the board. Yes, this item is the annual new and replacement Williamson Act agricultural preserve contract agreements. The requested action would bring greater than 1,300 acres into the Act, including 27 new ag preserve contracts and 4 rescind and replace contracts. As such, the Director of Planning, Building, and Environmental Services requests adoption of the resolution establishing certain agricultural preserves, types A and H, and approval of and authorization for the Chair to approve and execute 31 new contracts as identified in the attached resolution, which includes rescission of 4 existing contracts and replacing them with 4 new contracts. The attached resolution was needed because one property owner applicant requestor could not get the signatures in time for this meeting, and that's rescind and replace contract, so it won't affect, their taxes will actually remain the same, or it won't affect their tax status over at the assessor, and it won't affect the amount of new ag contracts under protection, but it's a cleanup item to make sure that the property lines match the contract. So we are requesting adoption of the resolution to approve the identified contracts, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to go ahead and open the public hearing and see if we have any public comment on this item. And anything on the phone? All right, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Cottrell?
Thank you. Yeah, I just had a question. So that the replace, the rescind and renew one, that will come back to the board?
Yes.
And, okay. And then you also mentioned in the legislation that I think there's, what, 1,537 acres that are in non-renewal? Or some number, what's the, those are, I guess I'm just interested in, are those, what do we know about those coming out of Williams Snack contract?
Let's see, I didn't study on that. Let's see. I may need to get an assist to answer that question.
Okay, that's all right. I mean, I guess I'm just interested, that's like important, helpful background information for us to understand trends in the county and things like that.
Mhm.
And if that's, what that's being driven by, and if someone's in non-renewal, can they come back later? I think, and I think I would just make this comment to my colleagues. I'm sitting on a Williamson Act ad hoc committee for RCRC, and it's the state used to provide subvention dollars for the lower tax rate, and they stopped doing that a long time ago, and it doesn't really impact our county, but it's challenging for other counties. So I think this for our county has been an important stepping stone, I think, for long-term conservation of ag in the county. So I think it is an important priority that we keep supporting this and understanding. It's great to see all these new, the new acreage coming in, and would be interesting maybe when that the rescind and replace comes back, we could get a little bit more background on those acres that are in non-renewal.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Pedroza, seconded by Gregory. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right. And may I ask you, Mr. Zader or Zador?
Zador is
Zador.
how my family has pronounced it.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Zador.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Now you know. All right, great. We're going to move on to item F. This is also a public hearing. This is actually a move. This is going to be for a continuance on the Sentinel LLC Inglenook Residence Appeal. And so we'll open the public hearing and hear from Mr. Parker.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. As you said, the item before you is to continue the public hearing for an appeal filed by Water Audit California to the Napa County Planning Commission's decision on November 15th, 2023, to approve a use permit exception to the conservation regulations filed by Adobe Associates on behalf of Nebom Coppola Estate Winery, to allow a private access road to encroach into the creek setback in order to serve existing agricultural structures and a potential future residence. Today's requested action is that the chair introduce the item and open the public hearing, accept any public comment, if any, and a motion, I'm assuming by the two gentlemen. And a vote on the board to continue the hearing to January 14th, 2025 at 9 a.m.
Okay, do I have any public comment on the continuance? Anything on the phone? All right, I'll bring that back to the board and ask for a motion.
Second.
Moved by Petrosa, seconded by Gregory. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? All right. We'll be back in January with that. All right, we are moving on to public hearing item G. This is introduction and intention to adopt an ordinance amending ordinance number 1452 and modifying Napa County Code Chapter 2.106 to Title II on establishing a juvenile camp in Napa County. And okay, I have all the names wrong today of who's presenting. Mr. Sanchez. Thank you.
I'll briefly introduce this item. This is to better align with the departments and changing state regulations and their goals around juvenile hall to change the name to Skyline Academy. For more specifics, Amanda Gibbs, I believe she hopefully might be on her way, but she'd be able to answer a lot more of the specifics on the name change.
Chair Gallagher.
Yes.
If I can add, this is really a very simple ordinance change. All we're doing is changing the name in Napa County Code for the juvenile camp to Skyline. So the action before you is to introduce the ordinance, and we'll come back to adopt it, but it's
Okay.
very straightforward.
Great. Thank you so much for the clarification. And do we have any public comment? Anything on the phone? Okay, great. I will entertain a motion regarding the intention to adopt the ordinance.
Second.
Motion by Pedrosa, second by Gregory. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we are done with that. We are now going to adjourn to closed session. I will announce the items. We have A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Alexis Davenport versus County of Napa, public employee performance evaluation, Director of Public Works, public employee performance evaluation, County Council, and public employee performance evaluation, County Executive Officer. We will reconvene after our closed session.
Chair, we are live.
Thank you. We are back from our closed session, and I will ask County Council to report it.
Thank you. The board met in closed session this afternoon on item 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation regarding Alexis Davenport versus County of Napa. The board gave direction to council, no reportable action. The board met in closed session today on item 14B, public employee performance evaluation regarding the Director of Public Works. There's no reportable action. The board met in closed session today on item 14C, public employee performance evaluation regarding the county council. There is no reportable action. And the board met in closed session today on item 14D, public employee performance evaluation regarding the county executive officer. There is no reportable action. That's the end of my report.
Thank you so much. All right, we will now adjourn to our regularly scheduled board meeting, which will be Tuesday, January 7th, 2025 at 9 a.m. So happy holidays and happy new year to everyone. Oh, thank you. Thank you all. All right. Bye.